Tonight, you are not here to struggle, and you are not here to force anything to happen. You are here to receive. You are here to soften. You are here to let the deeper part of you remember what has always been possible. And somewhere beneath the noise, beneath the effort, beneath the old familiar tension, there is already another version of you waiting quietly to be welcomed in. What if the change you have been chasing does not need to be built from exhaustion, but allowed through stillness? What if the self you long to become is not far away at all, but resting just behind the curtain of the mind? Patient, calm, and ready. Tonight, as you listen, the old weight can begin to loosen without conflict. The old story does not need to be fought. It can simply fade as something truer begins to take its place. The subconscious is always listening. It responds not to pressure, but to repetition feeling and inner imagery. It learns through what is gently accepted again and again until it feels natural. So tonight is not about controlling every thought. It is about creating a quiet opening, a safe threshold, a moonlit doorway within where change no longer feels hard, only inevitable. And if you wish to journey with me each night, you may subscribe now and leave these words in the comments. I am ready to rewire, so your intention begins to echo more deeply within you. For now, let everything slow down. Let this moment be enough. Let the night hold you. Let the mind begin to dim like a lantern in a silent hallway. And let yourself step gently toward the version of you that has been waiting all along. Now gently bring your attention to your breath without changing anything at first, simply noticing the quiet rhythm that is already here. And when you are ready, inhale slowly to the count of 5. Hold softly for 5, and exhale for 5 long and easy, as though the day is melting out of you. Again, inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold, and exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let each breath become smoother, deeper, more natural. As you breathe, place your awareness in the center of your chest, the space around your heart. Imagine a soft, warm light glowing there, gentle at first, like the first lantern in the dark. With every inhale, that light brightens. With every exhale, it expands. It fills your chest, your ribs, your shoulders, and begins to spread through your whole body like warmth moving through still water. Breathe as though the heart itself is guiding you now, slow, steady, safe. The mind does not need to lead this moment. The heart can lead. And as the heart and breath begin to move together, something inside you starts to harmonize. Like an instrument being tuned, like waves becoming calm after wind, your inner world begins to organize itself around peace. There is nothing you need to force. Coherence happens softly, naturally. The more you breathe into this glowing center, the more your body understands that it is safe, and the more your mind begins to follow that signal. Thought slows down, tension loosens. The space within you becomes clearer, quieter, more open. And in this calm rhythm, you are already preparing the deeper mind to listen, to soften, and to receive. Now allow that calm to flow upward into your head and gently soften the forehead. Smooth the space between the brows. Let the tiny muscles around the eyes release, as if they no longer need to watch, no longer need to guard, no longer need to hold the world together for a while. Let the cheeks loosen the jaw, unclench the tongue, rest comfortably. Even the scalp softens as though a warm wave of ease is moving over you. Let that same softness drift down into your neck and shoulders. The places that have carried so much can rest now. Imagine the weight sliding off you slowly, easily, like a heavy coat being lifted away. Your shoulders drop, your throat opens, your chest remains warm and spacious, and your upper back begins to unwind. Nothing is urgent here. Nothing is demanding anything from you. Now feel that relaxation moving down both arms through the upper arms, the elbows, the forearms, the wrists, the palms, and into every finger. Your hands can let go completely. They do not need to hold, fix, or manage anything tonight. A quiet comfort spreads through them, loose and warm, as if they are floating in still water. Bring your awareness back to your chest and down into your stomach. Let the belly soften completely. No pulling in, no bracing, no effort. Just softness. Let the breath move there naturally like gentle waves rolling onto shore and then returning to the sea. Your ribs relax. Your heart area stays open and glowing. Your midsection understands that it is safe. Now feel the release traveling into your lower back, your hips, your pelvis. Let these deeper places unclench. Let them sink into the surface beneath you. Imagine the bed or chair or floor beneath you, rising to meet you with perfect support. You are held. You are supported without needing to earn it. The body can trust this support more and more. And now the relaxation moves through your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles, and into your feet. Let the soles of the feet soften. Let every toe relax. From the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, your whole body is unwinding, unguarding, settling. You are here in this moment, safe in your body, safe in the night, safe enough to let go a little more. Now let your attention rise gently to the crown of your head as though a quiet hand of stillness is resting there, not pressing, not asking, only blessing you with permission to soften. There is nothing to solve now, nowhere to go. Nothing required of you tonight. The day does not need to be carried any farther. The mind does not need to keep watch. And that is enough. Let the forehead smooth in its own time, as if a warm cloth has been laid across it, easing away the small, hidden effort you may not even have noticed you were holding. The space between the brows can loosen. The temples can soften. All the tiny places that have stayed alert through habit can begin to understand that vigilance is no longer needed here. Tension often survives through habit, not necessity. And tonight, the habit can rest. And that is enough. Let your eyes grow heavy now, not with force, but with relief. As if dusk is lowering over a hillside, as if the last light of evening is dimming across a quiet field, your eyes can simply rest. They do not need to scan. They do not need to search. They do not need to interpret the world anymore tonight. They can sink deeper into stillness, wrapped in softness, held by darkness, held by peace. And that is enough. Feel the cheeks loosen, the mouth soften, the lips part slightly if they wish. Let the jaw unclench without effort, like candle wax softening near warmth, like winter frost yielding under the first kind light of morning. You do not need to make the jaw relax. You only need to stop asking it to stay ready. It has done enough. It can release now. The tongue can rest. The whole face can settle into quiet neutrality, into comfort, into ease. And that is enough. Now let this softness drift into the neck, the front of the throat, the sides, the back. So much tension gathers there from holding words back, from carrying pressure, from staying prepared. But the neck can be supported by stillness now. It does not need to brace. It does not need to hold the head up alone. The surface beneath you is helping. The night is helping. Stillness itself is helping. You are being supported in more ways than the thinking mind can measure. And that is enough. Then bring your awareness to the shoulders, those faithful places that so often carry what was never meant to be carried this long. Let them stop lifting the day. Let them stop holding old conversations, old worries, old unfinished moments. Imagine snow melting from the branches of a tree, slowly, naturally, as warmth returns. In the same gentle way, let the shoulders descend. Let them widen. Let them become heavy in the most comforting sense, as though a great invisible burden is sliding off and dissolving into the ground. You do not need to earn this release. You do not need a reason to rest. You do not need permission from the past to become peaceful now. The body already knows how to soften when it no longer feels demanded of. So let the crown soften. Let the face soften. Let the jaw release. Let the neck be cradled by stillness. Let the shoulders stop carrying what is over. And if the mind wanders, that too is all right. Simply return to this feeling of unburdening, this quiet descent into safety. More and more, your whole upper body begins to understand the message. Nothing is chasing you here. Nothing is asking for performance. Nothing is waiting to be managed. There is only this moment, this support, this growing ease. The body listens to repetition, and so we repeat the truth softly. Now you are safe enough to soften, safe enough to release, safe enough to rest. And that is enough. Now let that deep release continue down through your arms, as though warm water is flowing from the shoulders to the fingertips, carrying away the last quiet traces of effort. Feel the upper arms grow loose and heavy. Let the elbows soften. Let the forearms unwind. The wrists no longer need to hold tension. The palms can open slightly, effortlessly, and every finger can uncurl into rest. Your hands have done so much. They have reached, held, worked, fixed, carried. But tonight, they do not need to do anything at all. Tonight, they may simply rest. Feel the comfort spreading through them, a gentle, tingling ease, a softness that says you are allowed to stop now. You are allowed to be still. Bring your attention now to the chest and notice the quiet rise and fall of your breath. The heart is steady. The breath is soft. The space within you is opening wider. Let the ribs relax. Let the muscles around the heart loosen. There is nothing to protect in this moment, nothing to defend against. Only air, only space, only calm. Now allow that softness to move into the stomach. Let the belly release completely. No holding in, no bracing, no effort, just softness. Let the abdomen be warm and easy, like a calm sea under moonlight, moving naturally, gently, freely. The deeper your belly softens, the more the whole body understands that it is safe. Let this wave of comfort travel into your lower back, your waist, your hips, and your pelvis. These deeper places can let go too. Feel yourself sinking a little more into the support beneath you. You do not need to hold yourself up right now. You are being held, fully, quietly, without condition. And as you rest here with arms, relaxed hands, open, chest, soft belly loose, and hips heavy with comfort, a deeper stillness begins to gather around you. Not emptiness, but peace. Not absence, but gentle presence. The body is no longer preparing. It is receiving. It is listening. It is surrendering to rest more and more with every breath. Now let the wave of relaxation move even deeper into the lower body, where so much quiet holding can live without being noticed. Bring your awareness to the thighs and let them grow heavy loose and completely at ease. Feel the muscles untie themselves. Feel the front of the legs. Soften the backs of the legs release as though the whole weight of effort is draining out through them. Let that softness flow into the knees. No tension, no resistance, just ease. The knees can rest now, free from pressure, free from holding. And from there, allow the relaxation to pour down into the calves, melting any tightness, any lingering charge, any small hidden readiness still left in the body. The legs do not need to carry you anywhere now. They can simply be still. Bring your attention to the ankles, the heels, the soles of the feet. Let the feet soften completely. Feel them becoming warm, loose, and open, as though they are sinking into a soft bed of safety. Even the toes can let go. Every small part of the body can release its grip on the day. And now, sense the whole body at once, from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes. One field of softness. One quiet breathing presence. Nothing is separate. Nothing is strained. You are resting inside your body, and your body is resting inside the night. If any thought appears, let it pass, like a cloud crossing a dark sky. If any feeling rises, let it be held gently without needing to change it. You do not need perfect silence in the mind to enter peace. You only need willingness. You only need this moment, this breath, this softening. The more you allow, the more the body understands. The more the body understands, the more it lets go. And now, with the whole of you softened, supported, and quiet, you are ready to drift even deeper into that calm inner space where surrender begins to feel natural. And now, without effort, begin to loosen your grip on everything you have been carrying inside. The need to control, the need to predict, the need to keep shaping every outcome with the mind. For this moment, you can set it all down. You do not have to manage the unknown tonight. You do not have to solve your life before you rest. You are allowed to release the habit of holding on. Imagine just ahead of you a quiet doorway standing open. Beyond it is a space of complete calm, wide and still, untouched by pressure, untouched by time. You do not need to know exactly what is there. You only need to feel that it is safe. Safe to enter, safe to soften into, safe to trust. And as you step through that inner doorway, you leave behind the noise, the effort, the constant reaching. You enter something vast, quiet, and deeply kind. In this space, nothing is demanding anything from you. There is no performance here, no urgency, no weight of expectation, only stillness, only openness, only the gentle feeling that life can hold you without your constant effort. You can float here. You can rest here. You can simply be. And if the mind wanders, let it wander without fear. That is natural. That is human. Thoughts may drift in and out like distant birds across a quiet sky, and you do not need to follow them. Just notice and gently return. Return to the breath. Return to the softness in the body. Return to this open, peaceful space within. The more you surrender, the more peace meets you. The more you stop forcing, the more deeply you are carried. So let go a little more now. Trust a little more now. not because you must, but because you can. Because for this moment, it is safe to be held by something greater than effort, greater than thought, greater than control. There is a threshold now, a quiet borderland between thinking and drifting, and you are already near it, not fully asleep, not fully concerned with the outer world, just resting in that soft in-between where the mind becomes less rigid, less watchful, less eager to explain. It is a gentle place, familiar to every human being, even if rarely noticed. The place where thoughts begin to loosen their edges. The place where images feel softer, richer, closer. The place where truth no longer has to argue to be felt. You may notice how different the inner world feels here. Thoughts no longer arrive with the same sharp corners. They begin to blur at the edges like moonlight on dark water. The day, with all its noise and definitions, begins to recede like a shoreline at twilight, growing quieter farther away, less important. And in that quiet recession, something else comes forward. Something slower, deeper, more receptive. We all know this threshold in our own way. It is the moment when memory becomes vivid, without effort, when imagination feels more natural than analysis, when a feeling can spread through the body before the mind has named it. In this state, suggestion does not feel like pressure. It feels like recognition. It feels like something remembered rather than something forced. And that is why this space is so precious. The deeper mind listens best when the surface mind is no longer interrupting every whisper. So let yourself drift here a little more. Let the inner curtain soften. Let the lamp of ordinary thought fade from bright flame to quiet ember. Let the waters within you grow dark, still, and reflective. The quieter you become on the surface, the more easily gentle impressions can settle beneath. The more peaceful the body feels, the more naturally new inner pictures can take root and remain. You do not need to make this happen. It is already happening. The threshold is already opening. The mind is already becoming spacious. The body is already teaching itself the language of surrender. And here, in this calm and dreamlike openness, you are safe to receive what is kind, what is true, and what is ready to live more deeply within you. Now everything is quieter. The body is soft. The breath is unforced. The mind is no longer standing at the door questioning every feeling. You have entered the inner stillness gently and safely and naturally. And from here, you do not need to do anything more. You only need to remain open. There is a calm readiness within you now, like fertile ground resting beneath the night sky, prepared to receive what is true, what is healing, what is meant to take root. You do not need to chase the next step. You do not need to understand it with the thinking mind. The deeper part of you already knows how to receive what serves you. So rest here for a moment longer in this quiet openness, in this softened state, in this beautiful space between surrender and sleep. Let the stillness hold you. Let the silence welcome you. Let the deeper mind remain open, peaceful and receptive to all that is good, all that is gentle, all that is ready to become natural within you. And as you continue to drift, you may simply notice that something within you is already beginning to align, softly, invisibly, effortlessly. The night is carrying you inward now, and you are ready. You wake before the day fully speaks, and something is different, not in a loud or dramatic way, not in the kind of way that begs to be announced, but in the quiet way that truth arrives when it has finally settled deep enough to become natural. The room is still. The morning light rests softly across the floor, pale and gentle, touching the edges of the walls, the blanket, the small familiar objects around you. And you feel yourself here, fully here, without resistance. Your first breath meets no argument. Your body is not bracing for anything. Your chest is softer. Your jaw is loose. Your stomach is no longer holding that old, unnamed tension, as if it must prepare for disappointment before the day has even begun. Instead, there is space. There is steadiness. There is the strange and beautiful simplicity of waking up without carrying yesterday like a weight. You notice the silence first. Not emptiness, not loneliness, just a clean room silence. A rested silence, the kind that lets you hear your own presence clearly. The air feels cool against your skin. The sheets are warm where your body has been, and you sense how supported you are, how held you are by the bed beneath you, by the morning itself, by a life that is no longer something you must fear before it unfolds. You blink slowly, and even your thoughts arrive differently now. They are cleaner, kinder, more directed. They do not rush in with accusation. They do not begin by listing what is wrong, what is unfinished, what could go badly, what you still need to fix in order to be safe. That old voice is faint now, so faint it almost feels like something you once overheard from another room. Now your first thought is simple: I am here. And beneath it, another one rises with quiet strength. I am safe to begin this day as myself. No performance, no emergency, no inner collapse waiting just behind the curtain. Just this calm, grounded awareness that something has changed at the root, and because it has changed at the root, the branches no longer tremble the way they used to. You let your eyes wander through the room. The dawn has a clear skin tone, silver at the edges, soft gold beginning to gather. You notice details you used to miss: the outline of the curtain, the smooth line of the glass on the bedside table, the faint scent of clean fabric and early morning air, the way the light stretches itself across the floorboards as if the day is arriving gently on purpose. And because your nervous system is no longer trapped in vigilance, the world appears less hostile, more defined, more available. Things are not attacking your senses. They are simply there. Life is no longer something you wake up defending yourself from. It is something you are meeting. You sit up slowly, and even this movement tells the truth. There is less dread in your body, less dragging, less heaviness, as if you must pull yourself through the narrow gate of another difficult day. You rise with a quiet dignity. Your shoulders do not curl inward to hide. Your spine lifts naturally. Your body carries more trust now. Not because every outer circumstance has become perfect overnight, but because the place inside you that once expected pain as a baseline has softened. You are no longer waking inside an old argument with yourself. You are waking inside acceptance. Your feet touch the floor. Cool, real grounding. And in that small moment, something almost tender passes through you, because you realize this is what change looks like when it is true. It is not fireworks. It is not force. It is not a dramatic speech given to an empty room. It is the ordinary miracle of how you place your feet on the floor when you no longer believe you are powerless. It is how your body responds when it has stopped rehearsing fear. It is how the simplest movement begins to feel lighter, because the identity beneath it is no longer the same. You stand and you are not rushing. You are not bargaining with the day. You are not searching for proof that you are allowed to feel good. You simply move. Your hands adjust the blanket. You reach for the glass of water beside the bed. The cool glass presses against your palm, smooth and solid, and when you drink, the water feels clear, almost sweet with freshness. It travels through you like a blessing, like a small act of agreement between your body and your new life. You are someone who receives nourishment now. You are someone who lets good things in without suspicion. You walk to the window and pull the curtain back. Morning opens wider. The sky is still tender with early light. Maybe there is the distant sound of a car passing. Maybe a bird beginning its song. Maybe the subtle hum of a world already moving. But none of it disturbs you. You are not overwhelmed by the existence of the day ahead. You are not threatened by time. You are meeting this morning as someone who expects life to respond, not because you are controlling everything, but because you are no longer sending out the signal of defeat before anything has even happened. There is a different atmosphere around you now, a calm expectancy, a quiet inner nod. Something good is natural for me now, and this certainty is not loud. That is how you know it is real. Real confidence rarely needs to raise its voice. It does not beg to be seen. It does not try to overpower fear through performance. It simply rests where fear used to live. Calm, settled, unshaken. You feel it in the way you look out at the morning. You feel it in the absence of hurry. You feel it in the way your mind is no longer crowded with self-rejection. You are not trying to become someone else in this moment. You are waking as the one you have already accepted yourself to be. You move through the room with ease. Perhaps you wash your face and the water is cool against your skin, awakening without startling. Perhaps you catch your reflection in the mirror, and for once, you do not search it for flaws as if your worth could be measured in angles and shadows. You simply see yourself. You see a face that has been carrying you all this time. You see eyes that look gentler, now clearer. You see a softness where strain used to sit. You see someone who has stopped introducing themselves to the mirror through criticism. And because your gaze has changed, your whole presence begins to change with it. There is more peace in your expression, more permission in the way you stand there, more respect. The morning continues around you, but you are no longer chased by it. You choose your clothes with a steadier hand. You move with the quiet assumption that what you touch belongs in a life that fits you. You are not dressing for protection. You are not dressing to disappear. You are dressing as someone who expects to be met well by the day. Even your smallest choices carry less confusion now. There is less second guessing, less internal noise, more directness, more ease. You reach for what feels right, and that rightness is enough. You are learning the peace of no longer abandoning yourself in tiny moments. Notice how natural this feels. That is important. The new self does not feel like a costume. It does not feel strained or overly polished or fragile. It feels simple. It feels like returning to the version of you that was always beneath the noise. The old state depended on constant reinforcement, from fear repetition, from doubt and loyalty to limitation. But now those threads have loosened. Now you are experiencing what happens when a new assumption has been welcomed long enough to become atmosphere. You do not need to convince yourself every second. You simply begin from a different place. As the morning unfolds, your mind stays clear. Thoughts come, but they do not flood. Responsibilities may exist, but they do not define you before you meet them. Possibilities exist too, and now you can feel that. Not as fantasy, but as openness. There is room in you again. Room for a good conversation. Room for a wise decision. Room for unexpected ease. Room for grace. Because fear is no longer occupying every corner life can finally enter. You feel it in your breathing, in your pace, in the way your hands are no longer restless for no reason. You feel it in how you stand in the kitchen, in how the morning drink smells warmer and richer, in how the light touches the counter, in how ordinary things seem almost luminous when your body is no longer translating everything through stress. The cup in your hand is warm. The scent rises softly. The taste is familiar and grounding. The day is not demanding a version of you that does not exist. The day is meeting the version of you that has arrived, and what has arrived is trust. Not reckless trust, not forced optimism. Trust in your own mind, trust in your own timing, trust in your own ability to meet what comes without abandoning yourself. Trust that you do not need to predict pain in order to survive it. Trust that calm is not laziness. Trust that ease is not weakness. Trust that peace can be productive, that clarity can lead, that self-respect can make decisions more cleanly than panic ever did. You remember perhaps only faintly what mornings used to feel like, that old heaviness, that instinct to brace, that subtle grief before the day had even begun. And now, standing here in this changed atmosphere, you understand something important. True transformation often first reveals itself in normal moments, in how you wake, in how you think before the world speaks, in whether your body contracts or opens, in whether your first conversation of the day is a war with yourself or a quiet partnership with life. And today, it is partnership. So you let yourself feel the dignity of this. You do not rush past it. You do not dismiss it because it is gentle. You allow the gentleness to count. You allow the steadiness to be evidence. You allow the simple fact of feeling better to matter. Because this is not small. This is identity becoming visible. This is a new inner standard taking form in ordinary light. This is the deeper mind accepting a new instruction. We wake in trust now, we begin in peace. Now we move from quiet certainty now, and as you stand in this morning fully inside it, you sense that the day ahead is no longer a test of your worth. It is a field in which your new state will naturally express itself. You do not need to force the future to prove anything. You only need to remain available to the truth already growing within you. Calm, clear, directed, kind, steady, receptive, changed. So feel this version of you waking here. Feel the room around you, the light across the floor, the coolness of the air, the softness in your body, the calm in your thoughts, the lack of inner attack, the quiet expectation that life can meet you differently because you are meeting it differently. Let this scene become real in the only way that matters, by feeling how natural it is, by sensing how believable it is, by recognizing that this is not fantasy. This is the shape of a mind that has stopped worshiping fear. This is the morning of someone who has already crossed the threshold within, and you are that someone now. Now the scene widens gently, naturally, as though the life within you has begun to cast a new light on everything around you. And because that light is different, the world appears different too. You are no longer only in the first quiet moment of waking and realizing you have changed. Now you are moving through the living landscape of that change. You are stepping into the day, and the day is meeting you with a new texture, a new rhythm, a new openness that you can feel in the people around you, in the spaces you enter, in the opportunities that seem to notice you, the way you are finally noticing yourself. You leave your room or your home, or simply move more fully into the flow of your morning, and everything feels subtly more alive. The hallway, the doorway, the scent of the air, the distant sounds of life continuing around you. All of it feels included in your becoming. There may be the aroma of coffee or tea, something warm and familiar curling through the air. There may be the scent of clean skin, soft fabric, morning light, warming wood or stone. There may be the sound of footsteps, a kettlebird's outside, voices faint in the distance, the low hum of a city beginning, or the wide quiet of a peaceful neighborhood breathing into the day. And instead of feeling separate from it all, you feel in relationship with it. You belong in the world you are walking through. As you move, you notice the people around you differently. Their faces do not seem like evaluations. Their presence does not feel like pressure. You are no longer reading every room for danger, no longer scanning every interaction for rejection before it has happened. Instead, there is space in you to perceive more generously. You begin to sense warmth in small things, a friendly glance, an easier conversation, a message arriving at the right moment, a door opening smoothly, a stranger's expression softening, the way someone seems genuinely glad to hear your voice, the way your own voice sounds steadier now, fuller, less apologetic, less hidden. You are no longer sending the signal that you expect to be overlooked, and because of that, the world responds to you with a different kind of reflection. Imagine yourself moving through a place that represents the expansion of your life. Perhaps it is a bright workspace, a beautiful cafe, a creative studio, a welcoming meeting, a room filled with possibility, or simply the streets of your day seen through new eyes. The environment feels larger now, richer, more generous. Light falls across tables, windows, screens, notebooks, faces. The sounds around you blend into a rhythm that feels almost musical. Cups set down gently, doors opening, soft voices, laughter, the rustle of fabric, the low hum of movement and creation. And in the center of it, you are calm, present, available. You do not shrink in this environment. You do not feel like an outsider trying to earn the right to exist. You feel placed. You feel included by life itself. You notice that opportunities are no longer abstract ideas floating somewhere outside your reach. They are beginning to feel tangible. A conversation carries a hint of connection. An email, a call, an invitation, a possibility begins to unfold. Someone mentions something that aligns with what you have quietly desired. A path appears where there used to be only uncertainty. A chance meeting feels meaningful. A delay reveals itself to be redirection. A closed door no longer feels like personal punishment because your faith is no longer bound to a single route. You are beginning to understand that when your inner state changes, life does not merely repeat itself, it reorganizes. It starts presenting different sequences, different timings, different openings that match the signal you now embody. You can feel this openness all around you, like the atmosphere has shifted. Not every detail must be dramatic for it to be real. Some of the most important changes arrive as subtle alignment. You think of someone and they reach out. You step into a room and the right person is there. You follow a small intuitive nudge and it leads to something useful, something timely, something quietly extraordinary. You notice how natural synchronicity begins to feel when you are no longer resisting your own worthiness. Life has always been speaking in signs, patterns, invitations, arrangements, but before fear made everything feel accidental or inaccessible. Now you are open enough to notice. Now you are available enough to receive. See yourself smiling more easily. Not a forced smile, not a performance of happiness, but the natural softening of someone who is beginning to trust the unfolding. You are not gripping the day with desperation. You are walking with expectancy. You sense that something supportive is always arranging itself just beyond the visible edge, and because of that, your body moves with less strain. Your shoulders are looser. Your face is softer. Your eyes are brighter. Your attention is no longer chained to the old story. It is free enough to observe what is blooming, and there are people in this expanded scene now. People who reflect the new atmosphere you are living in. Perhaps a friend speaks with kindness and sees something radiant in you. Perhaps a colleague responds with respect. Perhaps someone notices your energy, your clarity, your calm. Perhaps there are new faces too. New allies, new collaborators, new friendships, new mirrors of the identity you are embodying. You are no longer surrounded only by echoes of the old self. The circle begins to change. The tone of your interactions begins to change. You are being met by a reality that recognizes the version of you have chosen within. Notice how it feels in your body to be received well. Let that matter. Let the nervous system register it. Let your chest open a little more. Let your breathing deepen. Let your mouth soften into relief. This is important. You are not just imagining pleasant outcomes. You are allowing your whole being to practice safety and expansion. You are letting it become familiar to be seen and not harmed to be valued, and not doubted to step forward and not collapse. This is how the subconscious begins to accept more life, more love, more opportunity, more support as natural territory. And as this second scene unfolds, the environment around you keeps expanding. The space feels brighter, wider, more beautiful. Perhaps there are windows opening to a city skyline or trees moving gently in the breeze. Perhaps the table in front of you holds beautiful objects, fresh food, warm drinks, tools of creation, signs of abundance. Perhaps your phone lights up with good news. Perhaps someone says yes. Perhaps an idea clicks. Perhaps a plan that once felt distant begins to form itself with graceful clarity. The world is no longer a wall. It is becoming a bridge. Feel how abundance is not only money or success in a narrow sense. It is time breathing more generously around you. It is energy returning. It is support showing up. It is meaningful connection. It is right timing. It is beauty entering your ordinary moments. It is doors that open not because you forced them with fear, but because you became the version of yourself who can walk through them with steadiness. In this scene, abundance has texture. It sounds like laughter, conversation, agreement, ease. It looks like open space inviting light, steady movement, welcoming faces. It feels like room. Room to choose. Room to grow. Room to receive. And as you move through this expanding world, you are not chasing every sign. You are not becoming frantic with hope. You are simply receptive. You notice. You trust. You follow what feels aligned. You allow. There is wisdom in your pace now. The old version of you may have believed that everything good had to be forced before it disappeared. But this self knows another truth. What is truly meant for you does not need panic to arrive. It needs your openness. It needs your recognition. It needs your willingness to meet it without retreating into the old identity. So let this second scene become vivid. See the colors around you. Hear the sounds. Feel the movement of the air on your skin. Sense the life in the room or on the street, or in the place where your future is unfolding. Feel the texture of your clothes against your body, the ground under your feet, the warmth of a cup in your hand, the subtle energy of connection in a conversation that matters. Hear your own voice sounding calm and clear. Hear someone responding with interest, with respect, with welcome. Feel the pulse of possibility, not as something far away, but as something already moving toward you now. And notice this. Most of all, you are not surprised by goodness in the same old disbelieving way. You are grateful, yes, but not shocked. Because deep within you are beginning to expect alignment. You are beginning to expect support. You are beginning to expect that life can echo back the worthiness you have finally allowed yourself to feel. This expectation is soft, steady, powerful. It does not demand. It receives. There is more for you than the old mind could see. More connection, more beauty, more timing, more help, more intelligence moving through events than fear ever admitted. And in this expanded scene, you let yourself feel the truth of that. The world is not closing around you. It is opening. The right people are not disappearing. They are appearing. The right opportunities are not avoiding you. They are finding the version of you who is ready to welcome them. The path is not narrowing. It is revealing itself step by step in rhythm with your trust. So stay here for a moment longer inside this wider life. Let yourself feel the environment of expansion. Let yourself feel how natural it is becoming to be supported, guided, connected, and gently led by synchronicity. Let your body learn the sensation of walking through a world that is responding to your new identity. Let your heart recognize that this openness is safe. Let your mind accept that more is possible than it used to allow, and let the deeper part of you register this scene as normal, as available, as already in motion, because it is. And now, without effort, without forcing anything at all, you allow the feelings to rise, not because you are commanding them to appear, not because you are trying to manufacture emotion just to make this moment work, but because when the inner picture becomes real enough, the heart begins to answer naturally. The body begins to answer naturally. The deeper self, the one that has always known what is true beyond appearances, begins to respond with a quiet wave of recognition. Yes, this is mine. Yes, this is me. Yes, this is the life I am ready to receive. Feel that first soft opening in the chest, almost like warmth, spreading through a place that had been closed for too long. It may begin gently as relief that you do not have to be the old version of yourself anymore. Relief that you do not have to carry every past disappointment into this new moment as proof of what the future must be. Relief that you can loosen your grip. Relief that you can stop rehearsing pain and begin rehearsing peace. Just feel that. The sweetness of relief, the tenderness of it. The quiet exhale of a system that is finally realizing it does not need to remain in survival to stay alive. And as that relief spreads, something even more beautiful begins to rise with it. Gratitude, but not yet the spoken kind, not the kind you list with your mind. A deeper gratitude, a wordless gratitude, the kind that fills the body before language touches it, the kind that feels like warmth behind the eyes, softness in the throat, gentleness in the face, a steady glow in the center of your being. It is the gratitude of recognition, the gratitude of alignment, the gratitude of feeling, even for a moment, that what you have been reaching for is not separate from you now. It is here. It is alive inside you. It is already taking shape. Let yourself feel love here too. Not only love for a future outcome, not only love for the version of life that is opening. Feel love for the self who stayed, the self who kept going, the self who carried longing even through confusion, who continued to hope even after disappointment, who endured the old seasons and still remained open enough to imagine more. Let love move toward that self now, not as pity, not as correction, as reverence, as appreciation, as a quiet embrace from within. You may sense this love as a warmth wrapping around your heart. You may feel it as a soft ache, almost holy, because something inside you has waited a long time to be met with kindness. You may feel it as a loosening in the belly, a softening in the face, a deeper fullness in the breath. However it comes, let it come. Let your system learn that feeling deeply is safe. Let your subconscious learn that the new life is not only seen with the mind, it is blessed by the heart. And now let joy begin to enter. Not loud joy, not restless excitement, a calmer joy, a richer joy, the joy of inner certainty, the joy of finally feeling congruent, the joy of sensing that your inner world and your desired world are no longer in conflict. You are no longer asking for one thing while assuming another. You are no longer speaking hope while secretly bowing to fear. Something has harmonized within you, and that harmony has a feeling. It has a brightness. It has a pulse. It has a living presence. Feel it like sunlight entering the room of your being. Feel it in your smile, whether visible or just beginning inside. Feel it in the corners of your eyes softening. Feel it in the heart lifting. Feel it in the breath becoming smoother, longer, more generous. Feel it in the subtle inner statement forming all by itself. This is good. This is so good. This is already happening in me. And as these feelings rise, love, gratitude, relief, joy, let them become attached to the scenes you have already imagined. See again the morning version of you waking in peace. Feel love there. Feel gratitude there. Feel joy there. Let that waking self no longer be only a mental picture. Let it become emotionally illuminated. Let the room glow with the feeling of your new identity. Let the morning air carry relief. Let the light across the floor hold tenderness. Let the sound of your own breathing be associated with safety, with peace, with the return of self-trust. Then see again the wider world opening around you. The people, the opportunities, the beautiful timing, the expanding environment, the sense of synchronicity and being supported. And now flood that scene with elevated feeling too. Let gratitude move through every interaction. Let love color the way you are received. Let joy shimmer through the atmosphere around you. Let your body feel what it would feel like, not only to witness these things, but to welcome them fully, to emotionally claim them, to let them belong to you without argument. This is how the deeper mind learns, not through repetition alone, but through repetition touched by feeling. Not through words alone, but through words infused with lived emotion. Not through image alone, but through image joined with the bodily truth of love, gratitude, relief, joy. So stay with the feelings now. If gratitude is strongest, let gratitude lead. If relief is strongest, let relief lead. If joy is strongest, let joy lead. If love is strongest, let love lead. There is no wrong doorway into the fulfilled state. What matters is that you let one of these elevated emotions become real enough to imprint the scene, to mark it, to bless it, to make it memorable to the subconscious. The subconscious responds to feeling. It responds to what feels important, what feels vivid, what feels true in the body. And right now, these feelings are teaching it a new truth. You are safe in your new identity. You are loved in your new identity. You are supported in your new identity. You are joyful in your new identity. You are grateful in your new identity. You are no longer waiting outside the door of your own life. Feel how powerful it is when emotion and identity begin to agree. For so long, many people try to think themselves into a new life while emotionally remaining loyal to the old one. They say they desire peace while still feeling fundamentally unsafe. They say they desire love while still feeling unworthy. They say they desire abundance while still feeling deprived in the core. But now here you are doing something different. You are allowing elevated feeling to become the emotional atmosphere of the new self. You are teaching the body what the fulfilled identity feels like from the inside. You are making it familiar, and familiarity is powerful. Whatever becomes familiar begins to feel normal. Whatever feels normal begins to feel believable. Whatever feels believable begins to shape perception. And perception begins to select notice and receive the reality that matches it. So let these emotions become normal for you now, not because you must deny pain or pretend life is perfect, but because you are choosing a deeper allegiance. You are choosing to become inwardly loyal to what heals, what opens, what expands, what aligns. You are choosing to make elevated emotion a home, not a rare visitor. Take a moment and imagine your heart as an anchor lowering gently into this new state. Steady, certain, quietly powerful. It sinks through the mind, through the body, through the layers of old resistance, and settles into the truth beneath them all. Here, this is where I live now. In gratitude, in trust, in love, in joy, in relief, in openness, in expectancy, in calm. And because the anchor is set, the waves of old thought do not carry you away so easily anymore. A passing doubt may appear, but it does not define you. A memory may rise, but it does not own the future. An old feeling may flicker, but it does not have final authority. The anchored heart remembers. The anchored body remembers. The deeper self remembers. I know what is true now. I know what I am choosing now. I know the feeling of my fulfilled life. Let that knowing fill the body. Feel it in the chest. Feel it in the throat. Feel it behind the eyes. Feel it in the hands. Feel it in the belly. Feel it in the face. Feel it all the way down into the legs, into the feet, into the grounded sense that this new identity is not floating above you like a dream. It is descending into you. It is inhabiting you. It is becoming embodied. And there is something so beautiful about this moment, because you are no longer asking the outer world for permission to feel whole. You are allowing wholeness now. You are allowing thankfulness now. You are allowing love now. You are allowing joy now. You are allowing the nervous system to rehearse being blessed instead of burdened. You are allowing your inner chemistry to align with your chosen reality. So stay here a little longer. See the scenes again. Feel the feelings again. Let them merge. Let the images and emotions become inseparable. The peaceful morning becomes charged with relief and gratitude. The expanding world becomes charged with joy and trust. The new identity becomes charged with love and recognition. And as this happens, the subconscious takes note. It receives the message clearly. This matters. This is safe. This is desirable. This is me. Let that final feeling settle in the heart like warm light. This is me. This peace is me. This openness is me. This love is me. This gratitude is me. This joy is me. This fulfilled state is me. And from this place, the new life is no longer something you are trying to attract from far away. It is something you are becoming emotionally available to now. Now, let gratitude become slower, deeper, quieter, not as a performance, not as a list recited from the surface of the mind, not as something you say because you were taught you should. Let it become a state of receiving. Let it become a soft and sacred recognition that life is already moving, already arranging, already responding in ways seen and unseen, and that you are allowed to meet that movement with an open heart. Gratitude here is not pressure. It is not effort. It is the gentle willingness to recognize goodness before it has fully finished arriving. Take a slow inward breath and feel how much is already here. You are here. Your breath is here. Your awareness is here. The deeper self is here. The capacity to choose again is here. The ability to imagine differently is here. The willingness to soften is here. The possibility of a new story is here. And even this is worthy of gratitude. Let the feelings spread gradually without rushing it, as though every word opens another quiet space inside you, as though every breath invites another layer of resistance to loosen. You do not have to force thankfulness. You only have to notice what is already holding you. The bed beneath the body, the air that enters without being begged, the heart that continues, the mind that can learn, the inner world that can be renewed, the mysterious intelligence within life that keeps whispering forward even after long seasons of stillness. Feel grateful for what has already carried you this far, for the strength that kept breathing when you felt tired, for the hidden grace that protected you in ways you did not fully see, for the moments of rest that found you, for the small kindnesses that reached you, for the lessons that clarified you, for the endings that redirected you, for the disappointments that did not destroy you, for the quiet resilience that continued to live inside you, even when you forgot it was there. Let each one land softly. I am grateful for what has carried me. I am grateful for what has protected me. I am grateful for what has taught me. I am grateful for what has softened me. I am grateful for what has prepared me. I am grateful for the strength I did not know I had. I am grateful that I am still here. I am grateful that something new is opening now. Pause there inwardly and feel the truth of that. Something new is opening now, not someday in a distant, abstract future. Not only after every condition is made perfect, not only after the outer world finally gives permission. Now, within you now, as a shift in atmosphere, as a change in self-concept, as a new relationship with peace, as a new willingness to receive, as a different posture toward life. And for that, let gratitude deepen. Feel grateful, not only for what you can already see, but for what is gathering, for what is approaching quietly, for what is being arranged beyond the surface, for what is ripening in unseen ways, for the right moment finding its path toward you, for the right people moving closer, for the right opportunities organizing themselves, for the right inner strength becoming stable, for the right words, the right ideas, the right openings, the right support beginning to form. You do not need to see the whole bridge to be grateful for the direction. You do not need to hold the full manifestation in your hands to be grateful that it is on its way. You do not need perfect evidence to let your heart begin to agree. That is the power of this gratitude. It does not wait for certainty from the outer world. It generates certainty from within. So feel how beautiful it is to say inwardly, with no strain at all, thank you for what is already mine in spirit. Thank you for what is already unfolding. Thank you for what is already moving into place. Thank you for what I cannot yet see, but can already feel. Thank you for the peace that is becoming natural. Thank you for the support that is finding me. Thank you for the clarity that is deepening in me. Thank you for the version of me that knows how to receive this. Let each statement move slowly through the body, as if gratitude is not only a thought, but a warm current passing through the chest, the throat, the belly, the face. Let the body register what the mind is blessing. Let your nervous system learn that anticipation can be gentle, trusting, receptive. Let your inner world become fluent in thankful expectancy. Gratitude changes the way reality is held. When you are grateful, you stop clinging. When you are grateful, you stop grasping. When you are grateful, you stop speaking to life as though it is withholding by nature. You begin to relate to life as responsive. You begin to relate to reality as alive. You begin to relate to your desires not as desperate absences, but as seeds already planted in living soil. Feel that now. Your desire is not a wound, it is a seed. And gratitude is one of the ways you water it, not by begging, not by doubting, not by checking every hour to see if it has sprouted, but by nourishing the unseen with trust, by honoring the process with warmth, by blessing the invisible phase, by saying, even here, even now, thank you. Thank you for the becoming. Thank you for the inner shift. Thank you for the rearrangement already underway. Thank you for the doors I do not yet see. Thank you for the timing that protects me. Thank you for the delays that refine me. Thank you for the wisdom that guides me. Thank you for the life within me that knows how to bloom. Breathe that in, and now let gratitude widen beyond the specific desire for a moment, becoming a way of being a spacious field in which your whole self can rest. Feel grateful for simple beauty, for light, for warmth, for stillness, for the sound of your own breathing, for the ability to begin again, for softness returning to the body, for the possibility of a future that is not imprisoned by the past, for the fact that inner change is real, for the fact that the subconscious can be guided, for the fact that identity can shift, for the fact that tonight, in this very moment, you are doing holy work inside yourself. Let that matter. So often, the deepest transformations are invisible at first. No applause, no public sign, no dramatic confirmation. And still, something sacred is happening. You are tending the soil of self. You are choosing what will take root. You are withdrawing energy from fear and investing it into truth. You are preparing the inner ground for a different outer harvest. That alone is worthy of gratitude. Thank you for this moment. Thank you for this inner work. Thank you for this quiet turning. Thank you for this healing. Thank you for this reorientation. Thank you for this return to self. Thank you for this new agreement between my heart and my future. Now feel gratitude for the self who is emerging, the self who no longer wakes in dread, the self who thinks more clearly, the self who trusts more deeply, the self who receives more gently, the self who no longer argues with worthiness, the self who recognizes signs of support, the self who can hold peace without suspicion, the self who can walk forward without dragging the old identity behind. Feel grateful for this self now before every outer detail catches up. Honor this self now. Welcome this self now. Bless this self now, because this too is receiving. To be grateful for who you are becoming is to make room for that becoming. To appreciate the new identity is to strengthen it. To thank the future self is to invite it closer into the present. So inwardly, slowly, lovingly, you may say, "Thank you for the person I am becoming. Thank you for the peace growing in me. Thank you for the confidence stabilizing in me. Thank you for the love awakening in me. Thank you for the clarity guiding me. Thank you for the life that is responding to my new state. Thank you that what I desire is not lost. Thank you that what is meant for me is finding me. Thank you that I am learning to receive without fear." Stay there for a moment. Let there be no hurry. Let gratitude have time to sink beneath language. Let it become silence. Let it become warmth. Let it become tears if tears come. Let it become stillness if stillness comes. Let it become a soft smile inside the heart. Let it become the feeling that you are already in conversation with a generous universe, a responsive life, a living field that hears the tone of your being. And now, in the quietest way, feel gratitude for what is coming, not with urgency, not with impatience, with reverence. Thank you for the love that is coming into form. Thank you for the abundance that is organizing. Thank you for the opportunities that are opening. Thank you for the healing that is completing itself. Thank you for the peace that is becoming permanent. Thank you for the guidance that reaches me at the perfect time. Thank you for the reality that is reshaping around the truth I now accept. Thank you for what is already mine on the invisible level. Thank you for what is becoming visible in the perfect sequence. Let that final phrase settle deeply. The perfect sequence. You do not need to control the sequence. You do not need to understand every step. You do not need to force the middle because you are afraid of the end. Gratitude allows you to trust the sequence, to respect the unfolding, to stop interrupting the process with panic, to remain available to the miracle without demanding that it arrive in the exact costume your old fear prefers. And that trust is beautiful. That trust is maturity. That trust is power. That trust is surrender without defeat. That trust is expectancy without strain. So rest here now in grateful openness. Feel thankful for what has been. Feel thankful for what is. Feel thankful for what is coming. Feel thankful for the invisible architecture of your new life. Feel thankful for the inner self who can now recognize it. Feel thankful that tonight you are no longer only hoping. You are aligning, you are receiving, you are blessing. You are making the inner world fertile with appreciation. And from this place, what comes next does not need to be chased. It can be welcomed. And now from this softened and grateful place, you begin to speak from the center of who you are becoming, not as a wish, not as a request, not as a fragile hope sent upward from a doubtful heart. You speak now as identity. You speak now as embodiment. You speak now as the self who no longer stands outside the desired life, asking whether it is allowed, but stands within it, breathing it, wearing it, living from it. So let the words come slowly, rhythmically, like waves returning to shore, each one carrying you deeper into the truth you are accepting. I am changed from within. I am available for the life meant for me. I am no longer the version of myself who lived in constant resistance. I am calm. I am clear. I am receptive. I am worthy of peace. I am worthy of love. I am worthy of beauty. I am worthy of support. I am worthy of being chosen by the life I desire. Let each statement settle. Do not rush to the next one. Feel the vibration of each truth landing somewhere below, thought somewhere deeper than logic, where repetition becomes belief, and belief becomes identity. I am someone who trusts myself. I am someone who moves through life with inner steadiness. I am someone who no longer confuses fear with wisdom. I am someone who can feel deeply and remain safe. I am someone who receives without apology. I am someone who expects good things without guilt. I am someone who belongs in rooms of peace, love, abundance, and expansion. I am someone who no longer abandons myself in order to be accepted. Feel how different this is. You are not trying to collect better words while secretly staying loyal to the old self. You are not decorating the old identity with beautiful language. You are replacing the root. You are choosing a new name within consciousness, a new inner posture, a new first response to life. So again, gently, clearly, with conviction. That does not need to shout. I am safe in my new identity. I am secure in my new identity. I am grounded in my new identity. I am relaxed in my new identity. I am at home in my new identity. I am not waiting for permission to become myself. I am already becoming. I am already embodying. I am already living from the truth I once only hoped for. Let these words move through the body, like warm light finding every hidden corner. I am no longer defined by old pain. I am no longer available for old stories. I am no longer rehearsing failure. I am no longer devoted to limitation. I am no longer shrinking to fit fear. I am no longer introducing myself to life through doubt. Instead, I am expanding. I am opening. I am softening into strength. I am rising without force. I am becoming visible to myself. I am becoming trustworthy to myself. I am becoming the kind of person who can hold what I once only desired. That matters deeply, because it is one thing to want a new life. It is another thing to become the self who can naturally sustain it. And that is who you are now. I am the self who sustains peace. I am the self who sustains love. I am the self who sustains abundance. I am the self who sustains clarity. I am the self who sustains alignment. I am the self who does not sabotage what is good. I am the self who welcomes what is good. I am the self who recognizes what is good and allows it to stay. Breathe into that. You are teaching the subconscious what your I am now means. And whatever follows, I am begins to form the architecture of experience. So let these next words be chosen with devotion, as though you are laying stones for a new foundation. I am deeply supported. I am divinely guided. I am emotionally whole. I am mentally clear. I am spiritually aligned. I am increasingly magnetic to what matches my truth. I am naturally drawn toward what nourishes me. I am naturally unavailable for what drains me. I am becoming more myself every day. I am becoming more peaceful every day. I am becoming more powerful every day. I am becoming more receptive every day, and there is no strain in this becoming, no violence, no forcing, only the quiet authority of repeated truth. I am enough now. I am worthy now. I am lovable now. I am valuable now. I am chosen now. I am seen now. I am held now. I am guided now. I am ready now. Let the simplicity of that sink in. Now, not after more proving, not after more suffering, not after more delay. Now, I am ready now. I am open now. I am aligned now. I am receiving now. I am becoming now. And because identity deepens through rhythm, let the words circle back in gentle variation, each return, pressing the truth deeper into the subconscious soil. I am calm, and calm becomes me. I am clear, and clarity leads me. I am loved, and love reaches me. I am supported, and support surrounds me. I am open, and life opens with me. I am worthy, and worthiness is natural to me. I am secure, and security lives within me. I am chosen, and I allow myself to be chosen. I am enough, and I no longer negotiate with that truth. Notice which words make the heart soften most, which ones bring relief, which ones feel like medicine. Those are the doors opening. Those are the places the old self is being replaced, so stay with them. I am the one who trusts the unfolding. I am the one who no longer chases in panic. I am the one who receives with grace. I am the one who knows that what is mine can reach me. I am the one who does not grip life in fear. I am the one who allows life to meet me. I am the one who expects alignment. I am the one who recognizes blessings. I am the one who honors my inner world as the beginning of all transformation. And if this identity feels true for you, if something in you recognizes these words not as fantasy, but as remembrance, you may even choose to whisper that truth outwardly, to leave a quiet trace of it in the comments, and to join this circle by subscribing as a small ritual of sealing a simple way of saying, yes, this is who I am becoming, and I am willing to continue this path in devotion, in consistency, in gentle return. Then come back inward again. Let the affirmations continue even deeper now, because every repetition after agreement lands more powerfully. I am faithful to my new self. I am loyal to my peace. I am loyal to my worth. I am loyal to my healing. I am loyal to the vision placed in my heart. I am loyal to the life growing within me. I am loyal to the truth that I do not need to return to the old version of me. I am allowed to outgrow who I used to be. I am allowed to feel different now. I am allowed to expect different now. I am allowed to move differently now. I am allowed to speak differently now. I am allowed to choose differently now. I am allowed to receive differently now. I am allowed to live differently now. Feel the freedom in that permission. So many people remain trapped because they unconsciously believe they must stay recognizable to their old wounds. But you are not here to remain recognizable to pain. You are here to become recognizable to truth. I am recognizable to truth. I am recognizable to love. I am recognizable to peace. I am recognizable to abundance. I am recognizable to divine order. I am recognizable to the future that belongs to me. I am no longer hidden from my own becoming. And as you say these things inwardly, let the body respond. Let the spine lengthen a little. Let the chest remain open. Let the jaw soften. Let the breath deepen. Let the nervous system hear what the soul has been trying to say. I am not fighting for my new identity. I am settling into it. I am not begging for my new life. I am aligning with it. I am not trying to force the world to change first. I am changing the self from which I meet the world. I am the cause within. I am the shift within. I am the beginning within. This is where power becomes peaceful. Not domination, not pressure, not obsession, just inner authorship. I am the author of the meaning I give. I am the author of the state I dwell in. I am the author of the self I rehearse. I am the author of the inner climate I return to. I am the author of what I now consent to believe about myself. And what do you consent to believe now? Only this again and again until it becomes natural. I am whole. I am capable. I am guided. I am steady. I am worthy. I am radiant. I am receptive. I am secure. I am open. I am enough. I am already becoming the life I desire. Stay with that final current. I am already becoming. I am already becoming. I am already becoming. Not one day, not later. Already. And because you are already becoming, you do not need to strain to prove it. You only need to remain gently faithful to it, to return to it, to speak from it, to think from it, to breathe from it, to rest from it. So let these I am statements settle into silence now, not disappearing, but rooting, not fading, but deepening, not ending, but descending into the subconscious where identity is formed and sustained. And in that quiet inner soil, let the truth remain alive. I am the new self now. I am the new story now. I am the new state now. I am the one who receives. I am the one who trusts. I am the one who becomes. I am. And now the new identity begins to move, not only as a feeling within you, not only as a belief held in quiet moments, not only as a truth spoken in stillness. It begins to express itself through your actions, your signals, your choices, your timing, your posture, your tone, your willingness to participate in life as the person you now know yourself to be. Because the subconscious does not only respond to what you imagine and affirm, it also deepens through what you embody, through what you repeatedly do, through the way the inner state is translated into behavior so naturally that your daily life becomes a living message to the world and to yourself that the shift is real. So breathe gently and feel this. You are no longer sending out the old signals, no longer the signal of fear before opportunity, no longer the signal of apology before presence, no longer the signal of doubt before action, no longer the signal of collapse before challenge, no longer the signal of unworthiness before receiving. no longer the signal that says, overlook me, choose someone else, maybe later, maybe not me. Those signals are fading now, and in their place, a new language is forming, a new energetic posture, a new behavioral rhythm, a new way of moving through the world that quietly says, I am here, I am available, I am aligned, I am ready to meet what matches me. So inwardly, with calm conviction, begin to let these truths move through you. I move through life with quiet certainty. I act from self-trust. I respond from clarity. I choose from worthiness. I carry myself with calm presence. I let my body reflect the peace I now claim within. I let my voice reflect the steadiness I now trust within. I let my actions reflect the identity I now accept within. Feel what that means. It means you no longer hesitate in quite the same way. You no longer delay every good thing because the old self is waiting to be convinced. You no longer send mixed messages to life by desiring with your mind and retreating with your behavior. You begin to cooperate with the reality you are choosing. You begin to walk like the one who is ready. You begin to speak like the one who belongs. You begin to decide like the one who trusts. You begin to receive like the one who does not need to earn every drop of goodness through exhaustion. I show up as the person I say I am. I let my habits agree with my vision. I let my choices agree with my desires. I let my energy agree with my prayers. I let my daily rhythm agree with my deeper truth. I no longer rehearse contradiction. I no longer move against my own becoming. I support the life I desire by the way I live today. This is where alignment becomes visible, not in grand dramatic gestures, but in the 1,000 small signals the new self sends every day. The way you answer a message, the way you enter a room, the way you sit in your own skin, the way you handle a delay, the way you speak to yourself after a mistake, the way you allow yourself to be seen, the way you stop over-explaining, the way you stop shrinking, the way you stop treating your own desires as inconveniences. Every small act becomes part of the signal. So let the signal grow clearer now. I move with intention. I move with openness. I move with dignity. I move with self-respect. I move with emotional steadiness. I move with trust in divine timing. I move with the expectation that what is right for me can recognize me. I move with the knowing that my outer life is responding to the state I embody. And because of that, your body begins to tell the truth before your words do. Your shoulders are more open. Your eyes meet the world more directly. Your breath is less shallow. Your posture carries less defense. Your pace carries less panic. Your face softens into receptivity instead of bracing. Your nervous system starts speaking the language of safety. And people feel that language even when nothing is said aloud. This matters because the world often responds not only to what you want, but to what you are signaling you can hold. And now you are signaling capacity. You are signaling coherence. You are signaling self-possession. You are signaling that you are no longer emotionally built around the expectation of loss. I signal peace. I signal readiness. I signal clarity. I signal self-honoring. I signal receptivity. I signal emotional maturity. I signal openness to what nourishes me. I signal unavailability for what diminishes me. Feel how clean that is. Not harsh, not defensive, not proud in the brittle sense. Simply clear. You are no longer available for what asks you to betray yourself. You are no longer available for what feeds on your confusion. You are no longer available for what thrives in your self-doubt. You are no longer available for patterns that require you to abandon your own worth in order to participate. Instead, I choose what supports my becoming. I say yes to what strengthens me. I say no to what drains me. I listen to the signals of my body. I honor the wisdom of my inner knowing. I trust the calm yes. I trust the clear no. I do not force what is misaligned. I do not chase what cannot honor me. This too is part of the new behavior. This too is part of the new identity. You are not only learning how to receive, you are learning how to discern, how to recognize what belongs in your field and what does not, how to send the message through action that your life is now arranged around truth rather than fear. I take actions that match my future. I make room for what I desire. I prepare for the life I am calling in. I care for myself as someone valuable. I organize my days with respect for my energy. I make decisions from alignment rather than desperation. I let consistency become an act of self-love. I let discipline become devotion rather than punishment. Notice how behavior changes when identity changes. You do not need endless force when the self-concept is true. You do not need constant self-control when your actions begin to feel like natural expressions of who you are. The old self needed pressure because it was acting against its own assumptions. But this self acts with less friction. This self moves with more agreement. This self finds it easier to choose what nourishes, easier to decline, what harms, easier to continue what matters. I return to what nourishes me. I continue what strengthens me. I practice what stabilizes me. I repeat what aligns me. I trust small, faithful actions. I trust gentle consistency. I trust embodied devotion. I trust the power of living in agreement with myself. And yes, there may still be moments when the old pattern whispers. A temptation to withdraw, a reflex to doubt, an urge to postpone your own becoming. But now, even there, your behavior begins to change. You pause, you breathe, you remember, you choose again. That is power, not never feeling the old impulse, but no longer obeying it automatically. I do not worship old reactions. I witness them and I choose higher. I do not become my passing fear. I return to my chosen state. I return to my calm. I return to my truth. I return to the behavior that supports the person I am becoming. And with every return, the path deepens. The new self becomes more automatic. The new signals become more stable. The new way of moving becomes less like practice and more like nature. See yourself now in ordinary moments living this, answering calmly, walking steadily, resting without guilt, working with clarity, speaking with warmth, listening with presence, leaving what does not align, welcoming what does, taking the next step without needing the whole staircase, honoring your needs without apology, expressing your desires without shame, holding your boundaries without hardness, allowing joy without suspicion. This is the behavioral signature of the new identity. This is what the world begins to read from you. This is what your subconscious begins to memorize through repetition. I act like someone who trusts life. I speak like someone who values themselves. I rest like someone who is safe. I choose like someone who is worthy. I create like someone who expects fruit. I connect like someone who belongs. I release like someone who knows not everything must be carried. I receive like someone who no longer fears goodness. Let those words descend deeper, because the signals you send are not only external, you are also signaling to your own deeper mind. Every aligned action says, I mean this. Every healthy choice says, I am ready. Every calm response says, peace is becoming natural. Every act of self-respect says the old identity is losing its authority. Every moment of congruence says this new life is not fantasy. It is practice becoming embodiment. So let the rhythm continue softer, now steadier, like a vow spoken inwardly. I live in a way that supports my vision. I honor the self I am becoming. I reinforce peace through my habits. I reinforce worthiness through my choices. I reinforce clarity through my boundaries. I reinforce abundance through my openness. I reinforce love through the way I treat myself. I reinforce trust through the way I move through uncertainty, and because of this, life begins to meet you differently. Not by accident, not by magic detached from embodiment, but by resonance, by correspondence, by the natural law that the world reflects what you persistently are. You persist now in steadiness. You persist now in receptivity. You persist now in aligned action. You persist now in the signals of one who is ready. So let this final current settle into you. I think in alignment. I feel in alignment. I speak in alignment. I act in alignment. My inner world and outer behavior are becoming one clear message. I am coherent. I am congruent. I am available for what matches my truth. I am no longer divided against myself. Feel the peace of that, the power of that, the simplicity of that. No inner war, no mixed signal, no secret self-betrayal, just a clear living transmission. This is who I am. This is how I move. This is what I allow. This is what I choose. This is what I embody. This is the signal I send now, and the world is already learning how to answer it. And now, very gently, you let everything settle. No more reaching, no more proving, no more effort to make the state stronger than it already is. You have entered it. You have spoken from it. You have felt it. You have breathed it into the body. You have allowed it to become more than an idea. You have allowed it to become your inner atmosphere. So now simply rest inside what has already been sealed. Feel how quiet the mind is becoming. Feel how soft the body is becoming. Feel how naturally the new identity remains, even without repetition. Now, even without intensity now, because something deeper has already said yes. Something beneath thought has already accepted the new rhythm, the new self-concept, the new emotional home. And you do not need to chase what has already entered you. Just feel it. The peace, the trust, the openness, the worthiness, the calm expectation, the gentle certainty that what you have accepted within is already taking root beyond the reach of doubt. Let this moment be ceremonial in its stillness, as though your heart is placing a final seal upon this inner agreement, as though your subconscious is closing softly around these truths, not to hide them, but to protect them, to keep them warm, to let them deepen in silence, while the rest of you drifts more and more into rest. And if this practice feels sacred to you, if this return feels like something you want to keep nurturing night after night, you may stay close to this space. Subscribe for the journeys ahead, and let this be your quiet promise that you will continue meeting yourself here again and again until the inner truth becomes your effortless outer life. For now, nothing more is required, only rest, only trust. Only this sweet sense that something has been completed within you tonight, and that what has been completed within can never remain without form forever. The seed is planted, the state is accepted, the signal is sent, and you are ready to be carried into the next depth of stillness, where all of this can continue unfolding softly, naturally, perfectly, as you surrender more fully into the night. Now you no longer need to hold the image so tightly in your mind. You have already touched it, felt it, entered it, and impressed it upon the deeper part of you. That is enough. Let the picture begin to soften around the edges. Let it loosen its shape. Let it become lighter and lighter, as if it were a small glowing lantern rising slowly into a vast night sky, floating upward without effort, carried by something wiser than your conscious control. You do not need to chase it. You do not need to pull it back. You do not need to repeat it again and again. You may simply let it drift, and as it drifts, notice that the feeling does not leave with it. The image may dissolve, but the frequency remains. The scene may fade, but the emotional imprint stays alive within you, like the warmth that lingers in your hands after holding a cup of tea, like the scent of flowers that remains in the air after the petals have fallen. The essence stays. This is what matters, not the strain of keeping the picture clear, but the quiet certainty that what was felt as real has already entered the deeper soil of being. So let the form go. Let the outline blur. Let the details melt into softness. Release the need to monitor, measure, correct, or check. The deeper mind does not need your constant supervision. A seed does not grow because it is dug up and examined. It grows because it is placed in darkness, covered in trust, and left undisturbed. Tonight, that is what you are doing. You are planting without anxiety. You are releasing without fear. You are allowing without resistance. You are not losing anything by letting go. You are proving your faith in what has already been accepted. Release is not abandonment. Release is completion. Release is confidence. Release is the gentle movement of someone who knows that what has been claimed inwardly is already alive, already moving, already unfolding in ways the waking mind does not need to understand. So breathe out and let the image float farther away. Let it become light. Let it become mist. Let it become a shimmer dissolving into a greater field, and remain only with the quiet afterglow, the steady emotional truth, the simple inner knowing that it is done. As the picture fades, your state becomes even more clear. What remains now is your signal, your tone, your inner coherence. Thought, feeling, expectation, and identity are no longer scattered. They are no longer pulling in different directions. They are beginning to move together gently, naturally, like streams joining into one current. And that current is calm. That current is steady. That current is true. You are not merely a person hoping from the outside. You are consciousness impressed from within. You are no longer broadcasting confusion, doubt, and desire all at once. You are becoming simple inside, unified inside, coherent inside. There's a great power in that inner agreement. When your heart is not arguing with your mind, when your body is not bracing against your prayer, when your imagination is not being canceled by fear, something deep comes into order. You become like a clear note held without strain. You become like a light that no longer flickers. You become like still water reflecting the moon perfectly, because nothing disturbs the surface. And in that coherence, life answers differently, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. Not because you convinced the world, but because you stopped contradicting yourself within. What belongs to your fulfilled state can recognize you more easily now. What is aligned with your new identity begins to move towards you by the law of resonance, by the quiet intelligence of correspondence, by that mysterious but faithful principle that like calls to like. You no longer need to wonder whether it can find you. You are no longer hidden behind the noise of inner conflict. You are available to your good now. Feel that for a moment. Feel yourself resting in a field larger than the body, larger than the room, larger than the day that has now ended. You are not separate from the greater life moving through all things. You are not isolated. You are not forgotten. You are participating in a living field of intelligence, one that responds not only to what you say, but to what you are. And tonight what you are is becoming more ordered, more receptive, more harmonious, more deeply aligned with what you have accepted as yours. So rest as the one who is already heard. Rest as the one who is already matched. Rest as the one who no longer begs from absence, but abides in resonance. Let your presence be enough. Let your inward steadiness be enough. Let the field around you receive this quiet, coherent signature. And know without pressure, without grasping, without strain, that what is in harmony with this state is already being drawn into place. And somewhere within this softening body, within this quiet temple of night, there is an inner window that seems to open more easily when the world grows still. Behind the forehead, behind the eyes, beyond effort and analysis, there is a subtle place of seeing, a hidden chamber of gentle perception, a silent lantern in the inner sky. Some have called it the seat of vision, the place where symbols, impressions, and higher whispers arrive before words can explain them. You do not need to define it. You do not need to make it technical. You only need to let it be sacred and still. In this drowsy state, that inner window becomes clear. Not because you force it open, but because tension stops crowding it. The night hushes the outer noise, and what is finer, quieter, and more subtle becomes easier to feel. Inspiration may pass through here. Healing may pass through here. Guidance may pass through here. A new self-concept may pass through here and settle into the deeper layers of your being while the waking mind rests. So let that inner center remain soft and receptive. Let it glow in its own way, as though there were a faint star suspended in the velvet darkness behind your closed eyes. Let it be a doorway through which peace enters. Let it be a channel through which truth descends. Let it be an open sky within you, where the right impressions arrive gently and are welcomed without effort. Tonight, your inner vision does not need to perform. It only needs to remain available, still, quiet, open, blessed by rest. Now let the truth of your new state become simple and familiar. Let it settle into phrases you do not need to strain to believe because they are carried on the feeling you have already accepted. You are safe to receive what once felt distant. You are safe to become what once felt too large. You are safe to rest in what is already being formed within you. The old story is loosening. The old emotional posture is softening. The old effort is no longer necessary. Something more graceful is taking its place. You are not standing outside your life asking whether change is possible. You are inside the change already. You are not reaching for permission. You are relaxing into identity. You are not begging to be chosen. You are remembering that what is meant for you answers the self you accept yourself to be. And tonight, you accept more peace, more worthiness, more ease, more certainty, more quiet power. Let these lines move through you slowly, like warm water, like prayer, like a lullaby. The soul has always known. I am safe to receive. I am safe to soften. I am safe to let this be easy. I am no longer who I used to be. I am becoming natural to what I once desired. I am at peace with what is unfolding. I trust what is taking root in me. I trust what is changing without noise. I trust what is already mine in consciousness. I trust the deeper movement beneath appearances. I am aligned. I am open. I am grateful. I am at rest in the fulfilled state. And as you repeat these truths inwardly, you may notice that gratitude begins to replace effort. Trust begins to replace vigilance. Stillness begins to replace struggle. There is nothing dramatic about this. It is gentle. It is intimate. It is almost quiet enough to miss, and yet it is powerful. Because real transformation often feels like this. At first, not loud, not forceful, not rushed, but steady, sincere, and deeply relieving. So let gratitude spread through the chest. Let trust settle into the belly. Let the mind stop reaching and begin receiving. Let your nervous system learn this new language of safety and fulfillment. Let your whole being be taught by repetition, by softness, by acceptance, by peace. This is your anchor now. This calm certainty, this inward agreement, this willingness to stop striving and start abiding. And the more you rest here, the more natural it becomes. Now the rhythm can slow even more. The words can begin to feel farther apart. The spaces between them can widen like a dark, peaceful sky opening above a sleeping world. Nothing more is required of you tonight. Nothing more needs to be fixed. Nothing more needs to be chased down, solved, controlled, defended, or understood. The day has released you. The night has received you. And sleep now becomes the gentle keeper of everything you have impressed upon the deeper mind. So let yourself drift. Drift as though you are lying on a calm sea that moves so softly you can hardly tell whether you are floating or dreaming. The water is warm. The air is mild. Above you, the stars are silent and patient. Below you, the water carries you without asking anything in return. There is nothing to do but be held. Nothing to do but breathe. Nothing to do but descend into peace. Drift as though you are resting in a quiet forest after snowfall, where every branch is softened, every sound is wrapped in stillness, and the whole earth seems to have agreed to be gentle for a while. The world is not demanding anything from you here. The future is not pressing you. The past is not calling you back. There is only this soft white silence, this tender darkness, this holy permission to stop. Feel the body unwinding now. The muscles loosen one by one. The jaw softens. The shoulders drop. The hands become heavy and warm. The chest opens without effort. The belly releases whatever it has been holding. The legs sink deeper. The whole body begins to understand that it is safe enough to rest completely, safe enough to let go, safe enough to be restored. And as the body softens, the mind softens too. Thoughts become slower, quieter, less important. They no longer need to lead. They no longer need to explain. They can pass like distant clouds over a moonlit field, barely noticed, barely followed. You do not need to hold on to any thought now. You do not need to answer any question now. You do not need to keep yourself awake with unfinished things. The deeper wisdom within you can continue without your conscious effort. In fact, it works beautifully in the dark. So let sleep take you deeper, deeper into safety, deeper into release, deeper into restoration, deeper into the quiet place where the new self settles in without resistance. Let the darkness feel like velvet around you. Let the bed feel like a nest of softness beneath you. Let the silence feel kind. Let the night feel intelligent. Let the unseen mind continue its patient and loving work while you drift farther from the surface of the day. The new pattern remains. The new tone remains. The new identity remains. You do not have to rehearse it anymore. You do not have to repeat it with effort. It is descending now into the deeper levels, into the places where tomorrow's reactions are formed, where self-concept becomes automatic, where peace becomes normal. And by morning, something may feel different in a very simple way. Lighter, clearer, less strained, more natural, more settled. Perhaps the old urgency will have weakened. Perhaps the desired state will feel less like a wish and more like a quiet fact. Perhaps your body will carry a memory of safety it did not know before. Perhaps your heart will wake with less fear and more space. This is enough. Small shifts are sacred. Gentle changes are real. What enters silently can still transform everything. For now, there is only surrender, only stillness, only rest, only the soft descent into healing sleep. And you may go slower now, softer now, lower now, into the calm beneath thought, into the peace beneath effort, into the deep restoring dark where the soul is comforted and the body is renewed. You are held, you are protected, you are allowed to disappear into rest for a while. All is well. All is being tended. All is safe enough to release. Sleep now, deeper now, softer now, peacefully now, completely now. And as you continue drifting with the mind growing quieter and the body growing heavier, let these final words be no more than a soft presence at the edge of sleep. You may return to this space whenever you need peace, whenever you want to remember who you are, beneath the noise whenever you want to sink again into this feeling of trust and quiet inner alignment. And if this journey has brought you comfort tonight, you may subscribe so we can meet here again on another peaceful night. And you may share this calm with someone whose heart also longs for rest. But now even these words can fade. Nothing more is needed. Nothing more is asked. Nothing more is required. Only sleep, only peace, only quiet, only the gentle unfolding of all that has already been received. Rest now, soften now, drift now, sleep now.